Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Towards the end of last year, I started this playthrough, and it was the last Tomb Raider game on the channel for 2023, and going to be finishing the playthrough today, which will then make it also my first Tomb Raider stream and also playthrough for 2024. After today's stream, when we finish the game, for the rest of the year, there won't be a dedicated day every week for Tomb Raider streams. There will still be Tomb Raider playthroughs this year, of course. I'll still be doing my annual playthroughs. I'll still be doing any anniversary celebration playthroughs. And I'll also be doing random playthroughs whenever I feel like playing a Tomb Raider game. So it's not the end of Tomb Raider content for the channel. It just means that this year I'm changing things up a bit and not having one day a week every week for a whole year set aside for Tomb Raider games. So after this stream, the most likely next Tomb Raider playthroughs you will see me do is in February when the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 come out. But this is the last part of playing through Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, and also the final time that Tomb Raider streams will be locked into one single day every single week. Obviously, when we get to doing other Tomb Raider games, because there's more days in the week that I'll have to put towards them, it means that there will be a time where, doing my annual playthroughs at least, I'll be having regular Tomb Raider streams happening. But yeah, for the past few years, with Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed, I've set aside certain days every week for the whole year to dedicate towards those franchises. And this year I wanted to change things up. In the case of Assassin's Creed, which was always on the weekends, Red Dead Redemption 2 will actually take place, will replace Assassin's Creed streams being every weekend. And Monday through to Friday will then free up the ability to do not only so many other games, but also when I come back to doing annual playthroughs for Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed, I'll have 5 days a week to actually dedicate towards the playthroughs. Hey there, Stan. Good day to you. Hope it's going well.
What in God's name has happened here? Where are the rest of my men?
I banged into a couple of them. They appear to have sealed off all the exits.
Yes, this is good. You must help us to to liberate the city.
I'm just here for directions. I need a route to the Citadel.
This is not so good. This is where the main activity takes place.
Activity?
We encountered it as the skies began to darken. A creature from our ancient past. It tore through my men like a firestorm. I managed to station our ammunition truck before the beast, with a mind to igniting the explosive device in the rear. But with renewed vigor, it forced us back. It was as if it knew of our plans.
Beast or no beast, Sarge. I've got to get into that building.
You have spirit. Perhaps, as we retreated, we have mined some of the streets to prevent contamination. 2 of my men are still in the area, out by the northern cemetery. One of them holds the frequency for the mine detector. The other holds the second half of the code for the explosive device.
And if I find them?
Tell them Sergeant Aziza sent you. I heard your motorbike. Once you have the codes, take me on it to the ammunition truck. I shall eradicate the blockage. But hurry, I am not long of this world.
Stan, it's okay, mate. How are you? These graphics were so exciting back in the day. Well, that's good to hear, Stan. As for me, it's going well. caught up on some YouTube stuff and having a look around for some alternate ways to stream Xbox games with an app. But I couldn't really find anything. I mean, there is one thing, but it only allows you to broadcast through your laptop or computer if you have a Mac, which I don't have. So yeah, but things are going well. And you're right, yeah, that's the thing. If we, back then, had examples of what we have now, then obviously back then we would have thought that these graphics were very, very low quality. But when this game came out, we hadn't yet had, the games that we have now. So it's interesting when you think about that kind of stuff. And it's not more so that we thought that this was the peak and pinnacle of what we could get. It's just that all we had to compare it to was what came before. And what came before is less graphically advanced than what this is, So it's interesting when you look back on graphics like this, it's very easy to forget that, there was a time when these were considered state of the art, not because we didn't know that there could be better in the future from this point that this game came out, but it's just that out of what we had to deal with and what we had to play, these games had better graphics than, say, the NES did, or the Sega Master System, Hey Aaron, welcome on in, I hope it's going well. The nostalgia is real. I know that feeling, for sure. Absolutely, especially with the Tomb Raider series. Yes, Dan, I thought so too. Yeah, because I really would like to be able to stream newer, quote-unquote, newer Xbox games with the app. It's just the problem is, with the actual official app, you have the control panel icon, which you can't get rid of, and I don't want to stream with that in the corner. I mean, I'm the type of gamer where that icon would, after a time, not bug me anymore, because I'd be immersed into the game, but I don't want to have that on the stream so that people who are actually aware of that stuff and it breaks their immersion don't have to have this little square control panel thing in the corner of the screen. A good trick to use when you have these mosquito things, or locusts, is what they are. To see if some are going to swarm Lara. Originally, Aaron, it came out on the PlayStation 1, and I do believe it also came out on the Dreamcast. But apart from those two, I'm not too sure what other consoles it might have appeared on. The one that I was most familiar with was the PlayStation 1 version. Hello there, Code. Aaron the backflips. Oh yeah. It's so fun being able to do that and doing ones on the side and... Code morning, you think you broke your digital thermometer with this minus 35 Celsius outside. Oh really? Oh wow. Yeah. Aaron, oh man, this brings back memories. Yeah. Yeah, this was actually the first Tomb Raider game that I played. And when it came out, because I like stuff about Egypt and mythology from there and pharaohs and, you know, mummies and all that kind of stuff. That's one of the reasons why I really like this. And being a fan of, you know, action adventure movies, and especially Indiana Jones and stuff. And when this game came out, the same year the Mummy remake with Brendan Fraser came out, and absolutely loved that movie. So it was a good year for that kind of thing. Had two forms of pop culture coming out with a game set in Egypt or dealing with Egyptian mythology and stuff. Aaron, you're trying to remember which one you used to play on your brother's console? Oh, nice. Cool. Stan, for the Xbox mic problem, people on Reddit say if you join a Discord or Xbox party chat before the stream, the sound issue doesn't happen. Did you try this one before? I don't think I did, no. Yeah, I haven't, no, I definitely didn't try anything like that. Aaron, is this the only one for PS4? Well, these older ones aren't actually on any current console systems, but in February this year, they're doing a remaster of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, and that'll be on multiple platforms. Hey, Rosie. The new method looks better anyway. Yeah, that's so funny, isn't it? I mean, that was one of the things I was sort of like worried about, was whether or not it would even actually be stable and look okay and all that kind of stuff. So a good trick when these locusts turn up, because you can't shoot them, the best way to get rid of them is to simply pause, make a save, then load that save, and boom. Sometimes it might not work on the first time you do it, as in when it happens and you try it one time it might not work. But if it doesn't, just try doing that again. It's a really good trick. Oh yeah, Aaron, there definitely is. Yeah, there's definitely full damage and... These bats. Hate the bats. They're more advanced in this Tomb Raider game because they seem to have a different flight pattern than what they did in the first one. They do, Aaron. Oh yeah. There's always those kind of enemies that are very, very annoying. They're the kind of enemy that likes to just hit you when you're about just through an area. I've had so many games where you only have one hit left, and of course an enemy does a little tiny attack and then boom, you're dead. Oh yeah, Aaron. And then sometimes your checkpoint might be a very long way away from where you actually were supposed to go. Oh. Alright, might be better if I go this way. And then drop. No, hang on. No. It's very finicky, that section. Alright, so if I keep like this with Lara's legs dangling... Oh no, damn it. I'm gonna do that again. Oh yeah, Aaron, with games where you are just about to get to where you need to go and you've only got one hit left and an annoying enemy hits you, it can be annoying as well on top when the checkpoint is very far away from where you were. Oh, so I can... Good one, Rod. You can just drop down. I don't know, for some reason I had it in my head that I couldn't actually just do that. Whereas your checkpoint is also before an unskippable cutscene. Oh yeah, you gotta love it when that is the case as well, on top. That is so true, Aaron. It's so funny because in the PlayStation 1 version of the first Tomb Raider, you can't actually save whenever you want. But in Tomb Raider 2, on the PlayStation 1, you can. In Tomb Raider 3 on the PlayStation 1, they decided to bring back the save crystals instead of just sticking with Tomb Raider 2's save whenever you want. Now, I never actually understood that, because I thought to myself, maybe there might have been something that stopped them from doing it in Tomb Raider 1 on the PlayStation 1 for some reason. But you would think, if they worked out a way to do it for Tomb Raider 2, that they would just keep it for Tomb Raider 3 as well. But nope. Rosie, maybe they didn't like the constant reloading. Could have been, maybe. Something to do with that. Maybe there was some feedback that they got. In the PC versions of Tomb Raider 3, they have the crystals, but they're not save crystals this time around. They're actually health crystals, which I think gives you the equivalent back of what a small medikit would actually give you. And so they can come in handy having those there, because then you can conserve your health kits, which I'm a big... I mean, I do it to the extreme, though. For example, I have 33 large medipacks and 48 small ones. And in these games, I even don't like to use one small medipack, even when I have like 50 of them. So I'm a bit overboard in that respect with these kinds of things, with these old school games. Let's take this. That's right, Lara. I've come to help you take down Von Croy. We need to do it. Thank you, McChimpy, for redeeming that. Good one. How's things? Yeah, Aaron. Just just a few health kits. It's like, I don't know. I've got 500 health kits. I don't know if I should use one of them. Might need it for something else. McChimpy, hey Rod, glad to see you play some Tomb Raider again. Hey there, welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Yeah, finishing off the playthrough that I started last year. So after today, I won't be having one day every week locked in for Tomb Raider games. For this year, I'll be doing Monday to Friday, one game at a time. And then on weekends, it'll eventually become Red Dead Redemption 2 every weekend. But at the moment, I still have some Assassin's Creed stuff to take care of on the weekends. Aaron, you mean you don't know what the normal amount of health kits are, but 33 is the Cav. It really is. Like, that's definitely a lot. The thing about this game too is certain areas are split up with loading screens. And in the old school Tomb Raider games, whenever you pass through a loading screen, Lara gets all her health back again. So you can literally go into an area, kill all the enemies that you need to kill, whatever damage you take, just accept it, and then go back through the loading screen that you just came back through before, you get all your health back. So that's something that I like to use a lot as well in this game. Aaron, thank you so very much for the 2 years, 4 months, 6 days, and 21 hours of followage. Thank you very much for that. That's awesome. McTimpio, nice. That'll be good. Yeah, it'd be good for a change, because for the past few years, actually, I've done 1 day a week Tomb Raider, give or take sometimes 2, just depending on what I was doing with the playthroughs, and every weekend Assassin's Creed. Give or take, sometimes I would, just do one stream because I was doing something else. Like sometimes I would do Saturday as Assassin's Creed and then Sunday Splinter Cell when I was doing my annual playthroughs and all that kind of stuff of Splinter Cell games. But yeah, this year I wanted to change things up, and having 5 days a week to dedicate to one game definitely will help, because there's a lot of games I want to get to. But also, when I do my annual playthroughs now of Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed, it can be 5 days a week dedicating to those games, which means I can get through the games a bit quicker than just doing maybe 1 day a week or 2 days a week in the case of Assassin's Creed. Not completely, Aaron, no. Yeah, only the large ones do. Not a problem, Rod. Do you think you started following you when I was playing Odyssey? Yeah, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Because that would be 2021. It's crazy how quickly time can fly, because I remember when that game came out, and it even, came out the same year as Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. It's quite a big year. I mean, a lot of other stuff came out too, but time can fly so fast.
Your bike will need modifications to clear some of the larger obstacles. Nitrous oxide connected to the carburetor should give you the extra punch. Go, guy. Bring me the codes.
But first, let us get our health back by going through this loading screen. Aaron, either Odyssey or Origins. You played Origins, I'm sure. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Origins is a really good game. The last Assassin's Creed stream I did for last year actually was the Hidden Ones DLC for Origins. much. I really love that DLC. Now I need to see where I park Lara's bike. I probably kept it over this way, I think. Whoops. That did not end well. McChimpy, wounded soldier, sounds suspiciously similar to Von Croy. Absolutely, McChimpy. Yeah, the actor for Von Croy does quite a few different voices. Even in the next game after this, Tomb Raider Chronicles, there's the levels where you play as Lara again when she was 16 years old, and she's actually in Ireland this time, and there's like all these ghosts and stuff, and there's this demon that's on a horse, and it's actually the same actor as Von Croy who plays the demon on the horse. Yeah, and hacks. You gotta love it. Little things here and there that just help so much. Okay, this time I'll save first before doing a jump, and this time we'll do that. No, not even that was enough. Alright, we'll go this other way then. It'll be the safer way. I have, Aaron, yeah. Yeah, I've played Mirage. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. In fact, it would be good if they did a follow-up game to it. McChimpy, dude, that horseman is funny as hell. I move to strike, and yet cannot. Yeah. I love... What a great performance, though. Apparently the voice actor was told to turn it down for that role, and just kept being extra with all the lines. I'm glad that they kept being extra with all of the lines. It just adds so much character. Hey there, Tech. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Drum's desk, bobbing head from side to side watching Rod play Tomb Raider. Welcome on in, Tech. I hope things are going well. McChimpy, you agree, Rod? Those cutscenes are comedy gold. They really are. sometimes they can be the best performances too when an actor just goes all out. Erin, that bike is ridiculous. Not a bike you'd think she'd drive. It is a little bit ridiculous, especially what kind of motorbike it is. Lara definitely seems more like someone who would like to ride quad bikes or just, regular motorcycles. McJimpy, the level designer for Cairo, also made the Tomb Raider 3 London levels. Shocker. Oh, really? Nice. Take, you like the puzzles that stump everyone, never quite know how far the puzzles will be for your first time through? Oh, absolutely. And also when puzzles require certain items as well, like the games don't tend to really direct the player too much to stuff. Like obviously when you pull a lever, it'll sometimes show you what's being activated, but it's not like they make Lara have a dialogue where she's like, maybe I need to collect something else, or something to that effect. So a lot of the time you're really just, unless you're using a guide, a lot of the time you're just basically running around trying to figure out stuff. And sometimes the game makes that easy, sometimes it makes it difficult. And I mean, one of the reasons why in this game they tried to kill Lara off, I think for all intents and purposes, their intention was that Lara would die and that this would be the last game in the series and that they would move on to other stuff. But apparently the head of Eidos, I think it was, didn't know that that's the ending that they went for until a certain point in development, and apparently they weren't too happy that they wanted to kill Lara off, and so that led to them coming up with a way to bring her back. And I think even by Tomb Raider 3 there were some devs who were a little bit sick of working on the Tomb Raider games, and so they decided to make some of the design choices reflect that too. Like I think some of the devs who were getting sick of making Tomb Raider games did some things for the game on purpose to make it difficult as well. But sometimes you don't know what was actually true and what was just, made up for either to create some myth or legend, or, just someone might have said something in an interview that was taken out of context, and then years and years later that story is just one that's surrounding it and all that kind of stuff. But in some ways it's funny to think that the creators of a game would want the character to die, and they would want to make the game difficult for players because they wanted the character to die. McChimpy, that man wanted to inflict pain on everyone. Cool, dark and creepy vibes for way too much of a headache. Screw Eidos for what they did. Those core design devs were prisoners. Yeah, that's the other side of things too. Eidos wanted so much out of them and also the series that when they were like telling them with Angel of Darkness, hey, we need more time, Eidos was like, no, the sequel to the Tomb Raider movie is coming out in 2003. We need Angel of Darkness to come out as well. in that same time frame, which really hurt the game. If they were given another year, if that came out in 2004, it would have been probably a better received game than what it ultimately ended up being. Tech, you'd say she was already dead in spirit with her creator walking away from Tomb Raider due to design and character direction. Yeah, I mean, Toby Gard did come back on several occasions for the series after that point, but obviously early on there was a recognition that Lara was physically designed in such a way that male players were attracted to the character, and in response to that, it became a thing of sexualizing Lara's appearance a lot more, and having the character pose for different sort of like provocative modeling poses that you would see models do, and have that released in game magazines, and and all that kind of stuff. And shit, forgot about that gun. Let's grab this stuff. Aaron, alright, almost 1:30 AM. Time for bed. Take care, everyone. Have a good rest of the stream, Rod. Thank you so much, Aaron, for being here and chatting. I hope that you have a great rest. And thank you so much for the followage as well. That's amazing. Thank you so very much. But Chimpy, Angel of Darkness could have been a masterpiece with the right amount of development time. That's true. Yeah, I think if they had more time to iron stuff out. Because I think it's only really gameplay stuff. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with the story. There's nothing wrong with the graphics in terms of, like, aesthetic and choices like that. And, Lara looks really good. The character model change that they did was really well done and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, just let down in those regards. McChimpy, you think Toby Gard was heavily involved in Tomb Raider Legend? Yeah, Tomb Raider Legend, yeah. I think also Anniversary as well. Even the 2013 reboot, I think he had something to do with on some level. Techlaw, she isn't even attractive. You described her as odd yourself. Not enough busty English women in media at that point. Yeah, I don't know, really. I mean, there's been a lot of models that were hired to actually be Lara at events and all that kind of stuff as well. There was one who actually got into trouble, and it cost her the job of being the model for Lara. Nell McAndrew did some covers for FHM or something like that. And when the producers of Tomb Raider discovered that she had done that, they were basically like, no. Which is ironic, but on another level, it is kind of understandable that they would do that. But there's even been like commercials with Lara, like Sofia Vergara actually played Lara in a Visa commercial around 2002 and 3 as well. Rosie, you feel like Lara's huge boobs are okay because she's got so much going on as a character. Like, nobody's ragging on Arnie's huge muscles. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, there's always, there's always going to be the superficial elements of people in general that others will notice first. And for some, that's all they care about, For others, they do notice that, but there's other things that they look for as well. And if those other things aren't there, then it doesn't matter if the surface level things are there, And the thing with Lara is that, like with characters such as Xena, like Xena has a big, and still, like, not has as in it doesn't anymore, but it still has a very, strong gay and lesbian following with that series. And when you think about it, the way that Xena dresses, for example, that's something that can be attractive to people of all, sexual preferences and genders, This idea that only one gender is attracted to this, this archetype or this character, you know, whether it's Xena or it's Lara or whoever it is, you know. This idea that it's only one and that no one at any other group is a bit absurd, you know. And I would imagine that there's a lot of female gamers who absolutely became gamers because of Tomb Raider, because there was a character that they could look at and go, she's a badass, she's like really cool, you know, has a great attitude, personality and all that kind of stuff. And it inspired them to play the games, and there's probably a lot of women who became developers based on that kind of stuff as well. And Lara's not the first female video game character in history, of course. There are other examples. But you definitely get these characters that come along and they become like the big major focus. But yeah, Rosie, Lara's got so much more going on. And that's why whenever I see people say that, oh, you know, this person who was cast as Lara in this movie is wrong because they don't have big boobs, I'm like, well, yeah, that's a physical trait that the character has had. But that's not the only thing about the character that, when you're adapting, that you should look at. There's more important things that the character has than the way that they look. And the thing about Lara is, number one, when you look at her backstory, she has parents who literally disowned her because all she wanted to do was live her life how she wanted to live it, you know. And there's many people who want to live the life that they want to lead, and sometimes they will not pursue that because there might be a family member or family members or friends or whoever it is, co-workers, who dissuade them from that, you know. But Lara is one of those characters that she was like, fine, if you have to disown me, if you have to cut off my inheritance, whatever you need to do, go and do. But I'm going to go and do what I want to do. And so that sort of like character trait is something that obviously there can be negative and positive contexts for pretty much anything, you know. But Lara just wanted to live the life that she wanted to lead. She wanted to not settle down and be with someone in that way. She wanted to be, you know, independent and all that kind of stuff. And it's okay to be like that, and people might have been inspired to live their life that way because Lara lived her life that way, you know. But also this tenacity that she has, and also this determination. Like, if Lara has an obstacle put in front of her, she doesn't just turn her back and walk away and leave it. She's like, right, how can I get through this? I'm either going to go around it, or I'm going to go through it, or I'm going to go over it or under it, you know. This isn't to say that people who don't have that are weak people. We all have different strengths, we all have different weaknesses. For some people, it's a strength to be sociable. For other people, it's a weakness to be good at, like, mathematics or something. You know, it doesn't make that person any less valuable or valued or anything like that. It's just that Lara is a character who is going to keep at it no matter what, and she's not going to give up. And I think that is something that can be a really good trait for someone to have, is you may not be the best at something, but if you really are passionate about it, still go for it. You know what I mean? Like, if you aren't a great animator, for example, then that's okay, you know, because things like that, especially, how many different things have become popular that have art styles that you might look at and go, I can't believe something with that art style actually is very popular. You know, there's definitely things where there's a uniqueness about the way something is done that, you know, is very, very good as well. And it can be all subjective, of course, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you're going to cast Lara in a movie, for example, her bust size should be the last thing you should, and not even should be a consideration at all. What you should be looking at is, what is the essence of the character? You know, what are the things that the character can do, and their traits, and all that kind of stuff. The game's just pausing because I'm scrolling back up in chat. McGimpy, like big boobs exist. They are mythical, aren't? Yeah, exactly. They aren't mythical. Yeah, But that's the thing, right? Like, people come in all shapes and sizes and everything like that too, as well. Rosie, care to also make the counterpoint, or are you just grading arguments today? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what point I haven't counterpointed or something. I'm sorry, Rose, I don't know the exact the exact context for that. McChimpy, on the other side, many gay men love playing as Lara because they hate playing as stereotype muscly action dudes. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's so many different variables. There's so many different people in the world who have different things that they look for. And, you can't just generalize and put everyone into the same category. Rose, the implication being Arnold muscles are functional for what he does. It's aesthetics. Just ask Arnold. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, there's so many people who have different physiques that, some people will see that as a negative thing and some will see it as a positive thing. But Chimp, you do agree in a way, though, Tech. They made it look like that for a reason. You just don't think it's a big deal. Thank you very much, Tingar, for the follow. Tech, considering his muscles were made for competition, utterly destroys the implication that her breasts hold the same utilitarian weight. Oh, I see, Rosie and Tech. Okay, I gotcha. Sorry. Sorry, I tend to only really, like, I do read the comments sometimes, but I mainly read the comments that don't have to someone else. That's all right. There we go. Now that we've dealt with that turret, just want to grab some things and then I'm going to backtrack for a little bit. McChimpy started to feel bad for Rod. He was like, what the fuck did I do? Oh no, McChimpy. It's just one of those things too where you see comments go up in chat and you think to yourself, okay, so where did I read up to last time? Or I do anyway as a streamer, because I like to make sure I respond to to everyone's comments and stuff. But yeah, sometimes you think to yourself, okay, so I need to scroll back up and see where I might have left off. And then there could have been things that were being said by me that a minute later, when I'm looking through the chat, I'm like, okay, so what was the last thing that I responded to? And then when I see a comment about something, asking a question or something, I might be like, oh, okay. And then I've got to think, okay, what was something that I might have said that might have initiated that and then try and, you know, get back on track. Sometimes I can be like, oh yeah, I talked about like this about a game, and someone makes a comment on that, and then I can look at that and go, oh yeah, they were referring back to something that I said, you know, a moment ago. Okay, that's not right. Actually, no, I don't think I'll go here first. Actually, what I should do is I should go back through the previous loading screen. Use that trick. I guess also too, like with different physiques and stuff, if you think about people's like motivation to do things, there's so many things, you know, like for example, someone might think, you know what, I really need to go to the gym more, you know, and then someone might be like, this is the kind of body I think I would like to have, you know, and then they try and do what they can to achieve that, and see what needs to be done in order to achieve that. And, you know, some people might go, you know what, I want to do this because I want to have people look at me and, you know, give me attention and all that kind of stuff. And whether that is right or wrong, it just depends on people's perspectives, because someone can look at someone and go, well, that person obviously only did that because they wanted people to have the attention. And that might be true, or it might be false. You know, it just depends on what the person had actually intended, and things like that. But obviously, decisions when they're made about things, especially when designing stuff or creating things, obviously there's going to be any number of reasons why it was decided this is going to be the thing. You know, it's like with Indiana Jones, it's like they could have just made him wear a tuxedo all the time. Would it have been functional for like running around in, you know, tombs and stuff? Probably not, but they could have done that. But if you look at what he wears, you know, there's a bit of a reason for why he wears that kind of stuff. You know, it's more comfortable. If he has to run or jump or get, you know, sweaty, at least he doesn't have a suit on, you know, or anything like that. So there's so many different things that go into designing a character and all that kind of stuff. Code spicy meat of ball. Now I want meatballs. They're delicious. Especially for Subway sandwiches. McChimpy, yeah, for sure. You do seem to respond to pretty much every comment, which is a really nice thing about your streams. Well, thank you, McChimpy. Yeah, it's one of those things where sometimes I might not have, like, you know, a long response to what was said, but I do like to still respond and give, you know, some feedback and things like that. Some more shoddy shells. Work out well. Ah, nice tech. You redeemed. Rest in peace, Lara. Okay, so. Is there a gun there? Ah, there is, but it's not gonna shoot. Thanks for redeeming that, tech. I don't normally like to use the revolver too much, but the circumstances there, it was good to use. Tech, or as you say to me quite often, I digress. Digress. It's such an interesting word. Or digress, I should say, not degress. There probably is a word called degress that means something else, maybe. Rose, you'd love to continue, and you do have words, but maybe Twitch chat is a poor venue. Agree to disagree. Yeah, and that's fair too as well, Rosie. But sometimes it can be difficult too, because like if you have time to like think about something and like, you know, like a letter form or something, that's very different to being in like a situation where you have like a person giving you instant feedback, and then it's like once you get that feedback, it's like, okay, so this is my response, you know, back, and that. Sometimes it can be hard to be entirely like accurate. Well, not accurate, but as detailed as you might want to be. Hey there, Tylian. Good morning, dude. How's things going for you? Tylian, very well, thanks. Working night is finished, so you're chilling at home with a nice coffee? How's things with you and Lara this morning? That's awesome. Glad to hear that, Tylian. To be able to relax and enjoy. And things are going really good. Been having a good day today. Caught up on some YouTube watching, some videos I wanted to get to that I hadn't had a chance to. Also had a look at alternatives to the Xbox app for seeing if there was, you know, a different one that I could get which doesn't have like the control panel locked on the screen if you're in full screen mode, which is kind of annoying to say the least, because it's like, I mean, personally, after a while, I would probably forget that it's even there, but I don't want viewers to have this like little control panel square in the bottom left-hand corner or the top left-hand corner, or the, you know. But yeah, it's very, very weird. I don't know why they didn't have it be something that, at the very least, once you've clicked on the screen and it settles itself, that it would take it off. Like, that would be a different thing, but it doesn't. Like, it takes off other stuff, but it doesn't take that icon off. But Lara's going well. We're in these like trenches, and I'm looking to finish the game today. McChimpy, are there any multiplayer games that you enjoy playing when you aren't streaming? Not really, McChimpy, no. I'm not really into multiplayer games and things. In the past, like years ago, I did play some multiplayer stuff. But that was only small scale things, and that was, you know, just one-off kind of things. Like GTA 4 online. In 2014, there were a lot of achievements I still hadn't gotten for GTA 4. And some of them were related to multiplayer, so I wanted to try and get them, but I just got sick of the cheaters who would, you know, it'd be like, win a race or whatever, and you'd get to the finish line, and then of course they'd drop a car on yours and fuck you over, and so you couldn't win, you know, things like that. But yeah, primarily I prefer playing single player stuff. I mean, there are some games that have multiplayer component, like Assassin's Creed Unity, but with those I have done that content before, but it was very hard because doing that on your own can definitely take a while. Tech. So will it be Monday to Thursday Control, then Friday, Sunday something else? So next week, Tech, it'll be Monday to Friday will be Control, and I'm trying to think of where I can put the Odyssey playthrough. I might even make the Odyssey playthrough on Sundays, maybe, I think, and then do something else on Saturday. There's probably some games I could slot into the Saturday that will be doable, because once I get that Torch Challenge playthrough done, I mean, I may as well even make it on the weekends. If I'm going to do that, I may as well make it on the weekends for Odyssey to get through that playthrough. But yeah, Monday to Friday will become Control next week, because I still have a fair bit of Control to do. I mean, I might finish it on Wednesday next week, which would mean Thursday and Friday would have to be a different game, but I'll have to think about that when we get closer to that. Me Chimpy, I see you're a rare breed of gamer, you respect it. No worries, me Chimpy. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see the appeal for multiplayer, because, you know, if you really like the game loop of something, it'd be satisfying to have something that you can continually get content out of and enjoyment from. But I sort of get that with replaying games that I really like. It's been a while in this game, in this playthrough, since I had to use a health kit, but I'm going to take this opportunity to use one. There we go. That deals with them. Big Chimpy, you love competitive stuff, ranked modes in games, etc. Just hit a part of your brain where you want to get better and better. You played COD when competitively when you're like 14, so it's just stuck since then, you guess. Well, that's the other thing too. Like, you would have been in a routine for it, and that would have been a good repetitive thing, and also to improve your skills a lot. Having your mind like in the zone for that kind of thing too, as well. Alright, so we got what we need there. Alrighty then, so we take the valve pipe and combine it, not with the crossbow, but with the nitrous oxide canister. There we go. McChimpy, has anyone watched the show Banshee? Started it last night and watched 4 episodes. It's awesome. Anthony Starr, that plays Homelander in The Boys, plays the main role. Never have. McChimpy, no. So what kind of show is it? Like, what genre and stuff? McChimpy is like a thriller, you guess. Some elements of comedy and a lot of action. Oh yeah. Haven't actually seen that show The Boys. Like, I've seen memes and stuff from it, but I do recognize the actor though. But I don't know what other stuff I might have seen him in, not knowing. Hey Tingar. It is, yeah. Yeah, so this is live. Yep, this isn't a replay. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Tomb Raider 4, 2, then 3, 1, 4, AOD, and 5, and 2 equals GOAT. 2 is such a great game. I really liked that one. It was cool. My favorite levels for that might probably be the Tibet levels in Tomb Raider 2. And I love all the kind of like references, but also like similarities between that game and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which is my favorite Indiana Jones movie as well. But yeah, that's a good ranking. This one was probably be my favorite one, I would say, followed by 2. Like I don't really know what I would do the ranking for really necessarily. But this is my favorite one, and then 2 would be my second favorite. Text, so Tomb Raider 4, 3, 2, and 1, best to worst in your opinion? That's fair. It was so funny when I first played this game, when it came out, and then I went back and played the first 3. I just assumed that all the things that you can do in this one, like sprinting and ducking and also crawling, was just something that you could do from the first game. So when I played the first game and you couldn't do that, I was like, oh, okay. So that took a little bit of getting used to at the start. Tomb Raider 1 is definitely classic. It's obviously the one that started it all and that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of iconic things from it that are still beloved by fans these days and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't say it's my... I wouldn't say it's the best of the old school Tomb Raider games, though. I think it's a solid entry, of course, and a great start to a series. But as things became more advanced with the gameplay, when you get to like Tomb Raider 3, I mean Tomb Raider 2, don't get me wrong, it does have improvements as well, like being able to have a flare to see, things like that is really good. But yeah, I think 3 and 4 is sort of like the peak of the pre PlayStation 2 era sort of things as well, or the early 2000 era of stuff. Tech Rod Benchy is a thriller involving a 15-year convict from a jewel heist gone bad who came to collect what was owed, ended up becoming a sheriff in a town run by a kingpin, so he uses his criminal experience to solve legal problems. Interesting. Talk about taking something that, someone has experience in, and then being able to use that experience in their new sort of like style of life that they have, I guess. That's interesting sort of synopsis. McChimpy, you think Tomb Raider 1 has amazing level design and objectively it's the best Tomb Raider. It's been a long time since you played it, from start to finish though. That's true. And also, like the swimming sections as well, and the puzzles and stuff like that. Tech, your position on Tomb Raider 1 is that it is the start of it all, but you suggest that the series has gotten better since the first entry, and it, like AC1, is the worst on its roster. You really liked the boss level in Tomb Raider 3. Tomb Raider 2 is a close second. If you went by just final levels, your listing changes drastically. And that's fair enough too as well, Tech. And having the first 5 games in the series all on the one kind of like generation, I guess, you can definitely see the evolution from one to the next, and it's definitely understandable to think of Tomb Raider 1 as like the worst in comparison because of so many things that advanced later on. Which you just love everything about Tomb Raider 3 minus a couple of levels. Yeah, I thought it was cool to have the ability to choose which order you did certain levels in. I think that really was a good thing. McChimpy, that scared the shit out of you as a kid. Watched your brother beat it when you were around 3 years old, lol. It was fun to kick his ass yourself. Oh, that would have been. That's for sure, McChimpy. I did McChimpy, yeah. Yeah, this one's my favorite one. Also like a lot of the FMV sequences as well, especially when they have like flashbacks to what happened millennia ago. It's one of those things where I would love to see what they could do with this same story in this same game, but with modern graphics, especially with cutscenes and stuff. Some really genuinely like horror-like stuff in this game too, and all that kind of thing. Yeah, McChimpy, the FMVs in this are really, really cool. Very cinematic as well. Also like the FMV sequences in the first 3 Siphon Filter games as well. Have a bit of a charm to them. McChimpy, you sadly never got to play those games. You hear they're fantastic though. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that since they're, well, the first game actually came out the same year as this game did, in 1999, and then you had the second in 2001, I think, and then the third was 2002 or 3. Can't really remember now with the third one, but they definitely have a certain charm to them. They did more than that, of course. They did a few other games in the series afterwards, but I played some of them, and they just can't really match the first 3 in terms of just like aesthetic and feel. Like there's just something special about those first 3 Siphon Filter games, the way that they are. They all have like some stealth components to them. Probably 2 from memory is the one that is the most stealth oriented in terms of like how many missions there are where you have to use stealth and stuff like that. But in some ways they're kind of like precursors to Splinter Cell. And in fact, when I first played Splinter Cell, one of the things that I felt was this is almost like an evolution of Siphon Filter style kind of stuff. Even though they're completely different franchises by different companies. Tech, alright Rod, game time, you got your homemade wings. Oh cool, Tech. That's absolutely no trouble at all. That's excellent. We'd like to give a shout out to Amateur Tech. We'd like to highly recommend checking out Tech's channel. Is playing through the Tomb Raider series, currently on Tomb Raider Chronicles, and we'll also be playing the other games in the series after that. At least the main entries, so Angel of Darkness, as well as Tomb Raider Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, the 2013 reboot, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. So if you're looking for another streamer that enjoys the Tomb Raider games, highly recommend checking out Amateur Tech's channel. Big Champion, that makes you want to try them, Rod. Splinter Cell games are so good. They really are. Yeah, I was so happy to fit in the annual playthrough of Splinter Cell. Blacklist, the most recent one, celebrated its 10th anniversary last year. And I still might do something for that, actually, because it'd be good to still do something for it. Because I think it came out later in the year of 2013 than earlier, so I could still technically do a 10th anniversary for it. Hey Oz Jim, welcome on in. Happy New Year to you. I really hope that 2024 is going to be a great year. Tech, you weren't leaving, Rod. You think there was misunderstanding with the figure of speech. You appreciate that shout out though. Game time, like you can't wait. Oh, I see, Tech. Yeah, don't mind me then. But that's definitely no worries at all for the shout out. OzJim, this would have first come out on Windows 98. Yeah, Windows 98. Because you hadn't yet gotten Windows 2000 or Windows Millennium Edition. What was that? 98 Millennium Edition? No, that would have been 2000 Millennium Edition, I think. Tech, paprika, garlic, onion, and red pepper flakes air fried, then sauced with extra hot Texas Pete with blue cheese. Never actually heard of that combination of stuff, Tech, but that would sound. It sounds delicious. Well, I like to put on it tech what we have here in Australia, or what we call it anyway, chicken salt, which, you know, is not something that you have to only put on chicken. It's also nice on hot chips and things like that as well. I assume the box style graphics give it away. Yeah, yeah. This was, in terms of consoles, this was on the PlayStation 1 and the Dreamcast.
Put your gun away. Aziza sent me.
Help me, Englisher. I bleed to death. I try to hide, but those things smell the blood on me.
I've come for the mine frequency. I need to get back to Aziza through this rabbit warren, with both legs intact.
I do a good job with the mines. Not that it does us any good. We are all dead or half dying.
Where are the rest of you? I need the explosive codes.
Saida, my colleague, lies across the roof bridge in the mosque. As we retreated, something new that we had not encountered before came from the shadows like lightning and took his head.
The codes?
Ah, inside his head, inside the creature.
I need those codes.
Search his body. I don't know. Leave me now, for I am weak and wish to prepare myself for my god.
Another character by the same dude who plays Von Croy. McChimpy, the Dreamcast version looks super good for its time. I haven't actually looked at any footage from that. Because wasn't the first Tomb Raider game, didn't that come out on Dreamcast first before PlayStation, I think? Jimmy, you've never owned a PS of any kind. Oh, that's fair enough. I had the PS1 and the 2, but I didn't get a PS3 and didn't end up getting a PS4, but I did get a PS5, so I skipped quite a few console generations before getting a new PlayStation. McChippy, you noticed? Yeah. Yeah. The first Tomb Raider came out on the Sega Saturn. Ah, the Sega Saturn. Sorry, not Dreamcast. It looks very dated now, does it, McChimpy? I see, yeah. McChimpy, you think the devs had to really push to make that hardware work? It's a miracle that they managed it. Yeah, it's one of those things where you think about the complexities of what is the source version of it, and then, okay, how do we take that, and then how do we make sure that this other hardware can actually handle it? And it makes me think of the original Doom and the Super Nintendo port, where whoever did the port, I can't remember now, they just did it of their own. They didn't get permission first to do it. But obviously before they released that version, they did get permission. But what they were able to do to get that to work on the Super Nintendo, all these games that we play on consoles that had to have sacrifices made to get them to work on those consoles, and then when you play the actual PC original, then you're like, oh, like in the Super Nintendo version of the original Doom, they had to take out levels that weren't in that were in the original, and they had to do so much stuff visually as well. But overall, they still managed to get it. I think it's like with Resident Evil 2 on the Nintendo 64 as well. Chimpy, you're interested to see what that version of Doom looks like now? Might have to check a YouTube vid. Yeah, that was actually the first Doom game I played, or the first version of Doom, I should say, was the Super Nintendo one. And at the time, I had no concept of, hey, they had to do stuff like cut content to get it to fit on there and things like that. I just took it as is, and I enjoyed it. It's what made me become a fan of the Doom series, and so I still have to have like a bit of thanks to that version. But yeah, once you play the versions, and they don't even have to be the PC version. Once you play versions of the original Doom that have everything intact, that's when you start to realize that the Super Nintendo version is definitely a very sort of like poor version overall.
No.
That might help, Rod. Tech, most dramatic PC versus console port you've seen is Star Wars Force Unleashed. Completely different game, lol. Yeah, it is funny too how very different a version of a game can actually be. That's right, I forgot. It's one of those situations where even though there's like a division between one slope and the other, it's not one of those situations where Lara will stop at the seam of it or the edge of it. She'll actually just keep on going and then move on to the part that you can't stop her from sliding off of. Oh, Jim, holy crap, it was hot out in Longreach, Central Queensland, 44 today, 45.5 on Wednesday. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't like those temperatures. I definitely prefer colder weather. I mean, if it gets really, really cold, it can be annoying, but I find it much easier to get warmer than it is to get cooler. Oh, Jim, no, you can keep the icicles. Yeah, that's totally fair. Code, today's menu is roasted minced rutabaga, mushrooms with garlic and herbs, with chicken breast with peppers and chili, probably with toasted bread. That is a good combination of stuff, Code. Rutabaga, I don't think I've actually had that before. What exactly is it? Is it like a seasoning? Is it like a vegetable or something? Ozjim, could you do this as a no-killing run? Never actually tried with these old school Tomb Raider games at all, actually, if you can or not. I mean, obviously there'd be enemies that you have to kill. But I mean, even in Tomb Raider 1, you don't actually have to shoot at Natla or kill her. You can basically... It's annoying and it takes a while, but if you have the perseverance and patience for it and time for it, you can literally get Lara up and out of the area without engaging in combat with Natla. And then the game just still carries on with the ending like normal. Tech, roasted and minced. Sounds like a vegetable. I gotcha, Tech. Yeah, so roasted and minced vegetable. Cool. Yeah, never actually tried that. I don't even know if I pronounced it right. I mean, maybe it's rutabaga and not rutabaga. Code is a vegetable. One of those root ones can have a strong taste, unlike potato or sweet potato, normally peeled, sliced and boiled, served with butter. Amount is eater pending. Well, that's cool too. I mean, I like sweet potato with chili sauce and sour cream is absolutely delicious. I like having that.
You are a strong woman.
Lara, and you handle yourself pretty well, Sergeant. You've got the codes? What now?
After all we've been through, I think not. This is merely insurance.
Against what?
Against your stopping me from doing my duty. Somebody needs to drive that truck in there.
Kamikaze.
Whatever it takes for my country. In the next life, then, my friend.
Tech, define chili sauce to you. Well, in that example, I actually meant sweet chili sauce. So I guess it depends, really. I don't really like strong chili and spices. I'm probably more someone that likes mild stuff as well. But yeah, with sweet potato and the sour cream and sweet chili sauce. Good. It has a pretty round amount. Daily needed minerals, vitamins, and fiber. Oh yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Thank God you made it. Von Croy, I saw it myself. I would not believe such a thing. He's possessed of Set.
Get out of here, Sean. I have a feeling things may turn nasty.
He's digging under the Citadel, into the Crusaders' vaults, in search of the ceremonial tablet. The tablet which contains Set's binding incantations. Be careful, Lara. I fear there are things in the vaults man was not meant to see.
I'm not a man, Jean, and I'm always very, very careful.
We have it. The ancient ceremonial tablet. Take it and prepare it. And see if the Croft woman has arrived with her armor.
Bloody Templars. Tech, is it normal to eat what you described? I don't know. I guess it depends on what people consider to be normal ways of eating food. I guess I don't know really. All I know is it's damn delicious. Sweet potato with sour cream and sweet chili. I assume the concept of Lara big chest and tight clothes hasn't changed over the years. There's definitely been games and also movies and stuff where that hasn't been the case. Tech Templar Jaws. Yeah. Dee dee! Dee dee! Dee dee! Dee dee! Tech, well, I can tell you had a lot of fun with that one, Rod. Yeah, that's one of the sound effects from Star Wars that I remember early on being able to sort of like mimic a little bit. I'm not saying like I get it accurate or anything, but you got dee dee, and then you got I'll see if I can do it. Or something like that for the Tauntauns. Code, you want that as a sound clip for text messages? Every time you get a text, it's like dee dee. Oh, it's Jim. No, it's an AC crossover. The Templars here. That's true. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, for the trailers, they show Lara with a hoodie on. Tech lol. How about an Ewok? Yeah, Ewok's a different thing for me. Yeah, I don't think I even can't remember exactly how they sound. When I see that, all I can think of is like the sound a donkey makes. Ee-aw, ee-aw. But yeah, I'd have to actually hear what the Ewoks sound like again to maybe be able to mimic it. Code, you wonder, does the next Lara be more like Last of Us Abby, as pretty much everything seems to be going more diverse direction? I'm not too sure, really, to be honest. I mean, the thing about Lara's physique is that there was a time where people considered it to be unrealistic. And I get that from the sense of expecting every woman to have that physique. You know, that's definitely something that is, you know, not everyone is going to have certain physiques, and nor should they actually have to if they don't want to. You know what I mean? But the way that Lara is in this, like if you look at her legs, for example, the fact that she has strong legs, that she can jump up really high. Obviously, the height at which she can jump might be a little unrealistic, but the idea that it takes a lot of leg strength to do certain things like that. Lara would probably, in terms of that aspect, be more akin to a woman who goes to the gym a lot, you know, and has that kind of like leg strength and stuff like that. So I don't really know what they're going to do. There's an animated series that they're working on. They released a trailer for it, and from what I can see in that trailer, I don't know, seems to be an amalgamation of old school Lara and also new Lara as well. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. But the thing is, like with any physique, not everyone should be expected to, you know, have that. And so when you get people who basically are like, you know, that's not, you know, something that I could do, then that's totally fair as well. Oh, Jim, it's called plastic surgery, that why Lara is timeless. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways for people to get a certain way through other means, instead of the actual, you know, things that are required naturally, I guess. But I don't know. Like, it's just one of those things where some people are muscular, some people are thin, some people aren't. You know, some people are curvy, some people have one body type, and some people have another as well. And there's so many different variables and stuff like that. I take respect on not being afraid to have black bars, by the way, Rod. You always felt the need to either stretch the image to 16:9 or have some form of content in that empty space. That's totally fair as well, to do that. I guess in some ways I like to try and emulate how it was back when these games were new. And not that I have any issue with people who change the screen resolution so that it fills out the whole screen, or doing various kinds of things extra. But yeah, I personally don't mind trying to show it in a way that matches what it might have been like. Take your favorite use of that space as a tube TV as the border lore. Very unique. Oh yeah, yeah. Like that's something too as well. Like I remember one time. I think I did it for the whole playthrough. I think I did for I think it was for the 25th anniversary of Resident Evil. I think I actually played that with a old school television screen frame around the gameplay or something like that. I think anyway. It's a few years ago now. That's alright, Tech. I'll grab that. The wretched filth of this still water gets spine spasm. Oh yeah. That's the thing too. You think about these movies and games that have these characters who go to these like locations that have been sealed up for centuries, and they go swimming in the water, and it's like who knows what kind of like diseases and stuff is actually in the water after all that time and all that kind of thing. Be right back in just a moment. Alrighty then, I'm back. Tech, sometimes when you see the dust or spores in the air in games, you hold your breath. Like, no air circulation? Oof. Exactly. And the kinds of spores and things that are in the air and... Not too sure, Code, about the Metro games, to be honest. Like, I've seen a bit of one of them, but I don't know now which one it might have been, though. But you never know. I fucking hate this bloody puzzle. Finally. Alright. So, we enter this room from these steps. And south goes here. Then north goes there. And then west goes on the left side. And then east on the right side. So, before I reloaded that save, the combinations that I ended up trying were all but this one. Some stuff in these old school games I actually remember. Some takes me a while to remember, and others I just completely and utterly forget. And how long it takes me to remember determines whether or not I just give up and look at a guide. But in recent years, I've tried to use guides with these games less and less and less and less, and try and remember where things go and where things are and all that kind of stuff. You have got to be kidding me. Of all the things and all the situations to get stuck on something, has to be underwater, where I can't jig Lara out of it. Can't do any tricks with rolling or jumping or anything like that. So we're going to have to fucking reload from a save that I probably made 10 hours ago. Thankfully not that far back.
No.
Hey there, Afro. Are there actually any tombs in the Tomb Raider? Or just ancient temples? Not sure. I mean, I guess, strictly speaking, a tomb is where you bury something. Or someone. Then I guess you could have a temple where someone's buried. I guess the other thing is too, what is more catchy? Temple Raider or Tomb Raider? Maybe they thought originally, let's call it Temple Raider, but then they were like, nah, let's call it Tomb Raider. Take just about every major structure is a tomb. Almost impossible to build something large without someone dying because of its construction. That's another good point too. It's not like they had safety regulations and, you know, correct handling procedures and stuff in place back in ancient times. After a Temple Raider sounds a lot more criminal-like than Tomb Raider. Yeah. It's like, I mean, Lara has certainly been called a like a tomb robber as well. Technically, the Great Wall of China could be considered a tomb with bodies lining in its walls, or France's catacombs with walls of human skulls. Well, that's true, yeah. It's interesting because Angel of Darkness takes place in France. I mean, there's some parts of that. I wonder if they had planned originally to have Lara go to those catacombs, or if it was just something they never thought of. Afro have some modern lead, modern lead.
Come in, Lara. I've been expecting you. Come to me, child. Do not fear your old colleague. I merely require the armor that you hold in your possession.
And in return?
I will grant you vigor as those around you fall. You shall command the ultimate power, that of life or death, over those you choose at your side. And in return, they will bow at your feet and give worship.
Got my fair share of that already. And besides, give a jackal your hand, and he'll bite off the whole arm. Barking mad.
Afro, what in tarnation? Why is he whispering? He is possessed of Set. And so yeah, they decided to make him go whisper. I am possessed of Set. Da 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 Malaka. My precision guy. Tech white suit guy reminds you of Indiana Jones where the guy melts. That's it, yeah, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Or do you mean Last Crusade with Walter Donovan? Because you have Belloc in Raiders of the Lost Ark with a white suit, and you also have the other dude in Last Crusade with a white suit. Harbinger, the sky is bright and shiny. It really is. Very, very red as well. Blood red, in fact. Wonder if the water is red as blood. Oh yeah, Tech, yep, Lost Ark. Very iconic for you as a kid, lol to say the least. Yeah, I think the first one I ever saw was Temple of Doom, and I remember being at my grandparents' place one night and being, looked after. I was probably like, 6 years old, I think, or 7, maybe something like that. And that was on television, and was watching that. And I think at the time, the character that I naturally gravitated towards was Short Round, because I mean, the character was much older than I was in real life when I saw the movie, but I think in a way he was my surrogate in Indiana Jones. You know what I mean? But maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I did see the other ones, but Temple of Doom is my favorite one. But yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think out of all the movies, that is the best one. Thank you, Harbinger, for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. Well, by the time I get to that, it'll probably be the cooldown will be finished, because I think on that one I've got the half an hour cooldown. Because there's still quite a bit to do before getting to that point. Alright, so I'll make a save now. And... oh, I should have saved after getting this bit. Some more shotgun shells. Okay, so... would you rather a neck break, Harbinger, or diving just into nothingness? Dive into a black hole. You mean nothingness. Alright. Let's do this. Make sure that we can dive and Lara doesn't hit her head before landing. Well, I mean, she broke her neck. You think... hang on, I might just test to see if I do it on one of these other gaps. There we go. That one's a bit more oomph to it, even though we can't see Lara, but... thanks for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. In there. Why does the floor move? Give me your torch. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Asps. Very dangerous. You go first. Imagine Arnie in Raise of the Lost Ark. The Ark is a transmitter, a radio for speaking to God. You want to talk to God? Let's go see him right now. I've got nothing better to do. Harbinger, she looks so confident in the dive. Very true. Arnie can look at the Ark. Yeah, he'll just look at it and the Ark will be like, ah! Ha! You have no power over me, Ark. Harbinger, I hope you like the Alex Casey Easter egg in Discord. Well, I haven't actually had a look. Oop. Hello there, Ben Darren. Good morning to you. I am doing well, thanks, Ben Darren. Things have been going good. Having a good Friday. How about yourself? How's things going?
The inscription reads, "One night, in dreaming, came to me the spirit of the Sphinx. In his passing, he spoke unto me words of great wisdom. Tutmosis, here is your true destiny. This land of Egypt is forever yours to rule. In return, protect me always from the sands of time. As you are, I must be free from head to toe, so that we both may see the divine beauty of creation."
Sands of Time. I can't not think of Prince of Persia Sands of Time whenever I hear Sands of Time, even though Prince of Persia did not come up with the concept of putting the words Sands of Time one after the other. Ben Darren, you good, thanks. Finally got the 1,000 miles driving trophy in Mafia 2. You think in total over 2 sittings it took around 20 hours of constant driving a car up and down the highway 100 times? Damn. GG's on getting that though. But yeah, that's definitely a long time. I don't think it takes as long, but in the first Dead Rising game, there's actually an achievement for running a certain amount of miles, I think. And there's a trick that if you get your control stick to lock into position, you can just get Frank to run on the spot. And that's a good way to actually get it to come up. I mean, you know, the other way to get it to come up is just play the game naturally, but does Lara have extra texture sharpening so she can read that off the blurry texture? Exactly, she's got these bionic eyes that can read that kind of thing much easier than any other human can. The shovel has two parts, the wooden handle and the metal blade. Hello, Percenter. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in.
Ah, be seated. Ah, many of you are wondering what's wrong with my pants. Well, they started running short on materials right before they got to their knees, so don't give me any shit. Ah, I look out there on all of you wonderful guys, and I say to myself, what I wouldn't give to be 20 years younger and a woman. You know, I've personally flown over 194 missions, and I was shot down on every one. Come to think of it, I've never landed a plane in my life.
I have no idea what that's from, Harbinger, but thank you for redeeming the Bane impression. Also, be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Harbinger, that's from Hot Shots 1991. Ah, yes, that first Hot Shots movie. I see. Yeah, I haven't seen that for a very long time. I haven't seen, I have seen Hot Shots 2 as well, but I haven't actually seen those for a long time. Ben Darren, you're thinking Airplane, the comedy movie from 1980. Oh, yeah. It's so funny. Here in Australia, they actually call that movie Flying High. And same with the sequel as well. Flying High 2, the sequel. percenter. Hot Shots Part Dukes or Dukes even had Richard Crenna in it from the original Rambo trilogy. Oh, that's cool. I'd forgotten. That's awesome. He was a really good actor. Banderan, they missed an opportunity then, Flying High as the sequel. Yeah, that's a good one. Hello there, Carbon. Happy New Year to you. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Thank you so much, Carbon, for the Happy New Year wishes as well. Thank you very much. You're good. You're still in Italy until Sunday for the holidays. Oh, nice. Oh, that's really cool. I hope that you've been enjoying yourself, and I also hope that the weather and everything's been really good for you too. As for me, I'm doing really good. Had a good Christmas and also New Year's as well. And doing well. Hoping to finish this game today, although it might not be happening. Because there's been some parts where there's puzzles that are very time consuming. There was one where you had to put these pieces in the right positions, and you had to push a long way to get to one point and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Donna. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very much. How's things going? And there we go, we have both of those bulls locked in. Taking them off the playing field will definitely be handy. Donna, you're alright. Some back problems though, how are you? Oh, that really sucks, Donna. I'm sorry to hear that you've got some back problems happening. I hope you can find some kind of relief from that as well. There's so many things that, well, as you know, that relate to your back when you're trying to do certain things and all that kind of stuff, so hopefully get some relief for that. As for me, I'm doing well. Year has been off to a good start so far, and having a good time with Tomb Raider. This will be the last time this year that I'll have like a dedicated stream day every week to Tomb Raider. So after this stream's finished, or when I finish the playthrough, moving forward, I'll still do my annual playthroughs and anniversary celebrations and also just random playthroughs, but it won't be like a locked-in day every single week, regardless of what else is being streamed. So it's going to feel a bit weird because for the past few years I've had a locked-in day for Tomb Raider. It started off being Thursdays, and then I changed it to Fridays, and it's been that way for a little bit now. But it'll be good for a bit of a change. That way I can free up Friday for other games and doing other playthroughs as well. But the good news is, when I do my annual playthroughs of Tomb Raider, I'll have 5 days a week to dedicate to those instead of just 1 day a week. So that'll work out well. Are you wondering at the length of Lara's hair? Seems like a hazard given the adventures she's on. Oh yeah, especially doing jumps as well. And I'm surprised enemies don't, eventually try and grab and pull hair and stuff. Hey there, Keone. How's things going? Harbinger. Ah, yes. PTSD incoming from Rod's last playthrough of this game in 2023. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some parts in these old school games that can be very, very frustrating. Can feel like you're just going around in circles and not making any progress. Sometimes the game will actually show you what's being opened. Other times it'll only let you hear that something's been opened. You don't necessarily know if you've done the right thing sometimes or not. Exactly, Donna. Oh, yeah. As things evolved and they added things in games that could help, like mini-maps and all that kind of stuff, having the character verbalize things sometimes. A character might say, maybe I need to go somewhere else first, or something to that effect, you know. But no, and these old school games is like, go. Figure it out yourself. That's no worries at all, Donna. Thank you so much for stopping in. I really hope you feel better soon and that you can get some relief from your back pain. And thank you, I definitely will. Getting closer to the end in terms of like how many levels there are, but I'll still be streaming for quite a few hours from now, so still plenty of opportunity to get the playthrough finished. I hope you have a good one, Donna. Catch you next time. Oh, nice, Donna. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll probably be streaming for another 3.5 hours, I think. Maybe a little bit more, depending on how close I get to the end. Hey, oncoming storm, welcome on in. This area, fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, lots of fun to be had. Imagine having to just play this whole part over and over again for 24 hours. Of course, I'd fall and slide, lining up with the edge of something I couldn't have Lara grab to or land on safely. I do oncoming storm, yeah. I just don't really need the extra light. I can tell without. I do not blame you one bit, oncoming storm. Yeah, this underwater maze is just... Hey, Mr. Goatee. Good day to you, dude. Happy Friday. Hope it's going well. Mr. Goethe, it is. You've been sleeping and playing God of War. Well, that's good to hear, dude. I hope you had a good rest as well. And what are you up to in God of War? Like, is it your first playthrough or? Mr. Gote, it's your first playthrough. You're playing it on PC, then you're going to get The Last of Us. Oh, cool. That's a game like the original... Well, sorry, not the original. I never played the original Last of Us. I played the remaster, not the remake that came out a couple of years ago or whenever, but the remaster, like, years ago. Mr. Gote remastered the remake of the OG, the remaster HD copy, version 5. When GTA 6 comes out next year, in 2027, they'll do a remaster of it. And then in 2029, they'll do a VR version of it. And then in 2031, they'll do a... what's that suit you can get for Assassin's Creed Mirage? Some suit that has haptic feedback on it that you wear or something. They'll probably have something like that. And then in the year 2040, they'll have GTA 6 actual virtual reality where you literally get transported into the world of the game. And you can't tell the difference between the game version of reality and the real reality. Mr. Gote Remake 9.2 Silent Hill Remix HD Collection. This time with the voices of mice. Be like, did you play the new GTA? Which one? GTA 6, GTA 6.10, GTA VR 6859B-2148. Which one? Which one is new? It's like, oh no, not that one. No, the GTA 8. What happened with 7? Oh, they decided to skip 7 because there was this war on the number 7, and people felt that number 7 shouldn't be a number anymore. So it goes GTA 6 and then 8. Oncoming storm, sign you up. Could you imagine that though? Like, being transported into the world of the game so that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the world of the game and being out of the game. I mean, there'd be certain people that you wouldn't want them to do that, because even when they get out of the game, they'd be still thinking they were in it. So it might not be a great idea, especially with a franchise like GTA. Mr. Gote, Rockstar needed more sales. They did. Nope, not the right room. That's the thing. Oh no, it is. Oh good. That's good. I was going to say. There we go. That water maze is done. That's probably the worst part of this part of the game. In the year 2060, Rockstar gets bought out by what's a company you wouldn't think would buy a video game company? I don't know. Let's just say Nike. Nike buys the rights to Rockstar buys Rockstar in the future. It's like, if you buy this game for $1,000, you can get these gold-plated Nike shoes. Mr. Gote, EA Nike games, yeah. I was like, EA buys Pizza Hut, and when you go to Pizza Hut, you have to pay for entry into the establishment if you want to eat in. If you want to get delivery, you have to pay so much money per minute it takes to get to you. And then you have to pay before they even give you the pizza. Oncoming storm, VHS. Ye old video format. Yeah, Mr. Gote, toppings equals DLC. Harbinger. Pizza Hut buys Ubisoft. With every large pizza you get 5 Helix points. Have each slice shaped like the assassin logo. Hello there, Brutus. Welcome on in. How's your Friday going so far? Mr. Goethe, what if we spend all our helix points on strippers? That's what we call a variable. A variable indeed. Brutus, you're going good. That's excellent, Brutus. Glad to hear that. As for me, my Friday's going really good. It's going to be weird because after I finish this playthrough of Tomb Raider, this will be the last time that I have a dedicated day every single week dedicated just to playing Tomb Raider games. So starting this year, I'm doing that. But yeah, my Friday is going really, really well. Radium, welcome on in. Thank you so very much for your raid. That's awesome of you to do. Thank you so, so much. The game's just going to pause for a moment because I've got to click off it, but there we go. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Broken Reality. I don't think I've actually seen that game before. What type of game is that one? So welcome to the stream, everyone. I do streams every day, and it's Friday here in Australia, so doing Tomb Raider, finishing off my favorite game in the series, and on Saturday I'm doing a stream for a unique playthrough of Black Flag that I was working on, and in that unique playthrough, whenever a character tells Edward, the main character for those that don't know, tells Edward to meet them in a certain amount of time, I've actually been waiting that amount of time in real life to continue the story. So when I do the stream of Black Flag for that unique playthrough on Saturday, it'll be 4 months since I did the last stream towards that playthrough. So I've got that going on at the moment. On Sunday I've got a Assassin's Creed Odyssey Torch Challenge that I'm continuing, where the only weapon I'm allowed to kill enemies with is the torch. Well, I mean, if I'm hitting them with the torch and then they happen to fall off the edge of the cliff, then that doesn't matter. But I can't just outright kill them like with a Sparta kick and knock them off and stuff like that. And then yeah, on Monday I'll be getting back to Control, and Monday through to Friday next week will be Control, but I'll probably finish it, I think, before the week is out next week. And so the next game after that to replace Control would be Alan Wake 2, doing another playthrough of that. Radium, stream was good. Broken Reality is a casual adventure walking game with a 90s nostalgia, vaporwave aesthetic. Well, I'm glad to hear that you had a good stream, Radium. That's always good. That's pretty good. That sounds really, really cool. 90s nostalgia, vaporwave aesthetic. Nice. Yeah, it's so cool when there's like like homages and stuff to those style of games and things. Oops, loaded wrong save. Oh, that is totally fair, Radium. That is for sure. Thank you so very much for the raid. Muchly appreciated. And I hope that you have a great rest as well. Since we have bats here now, I know that I'm actually going through an area that we haven't gone through yet. Let us switch to the shoddy. I've got 6 wide shot ammo left. Alright, let's switch to the regular shotgun ammo, of which I have 324. I think that will be enough. Oh, well, I might as well use the dual pistols. There we go. Harbinger, only 324? Are you sure that's enough? Oh no. It's like with the health kits. Like, let's have a look. I've got 39 large medipacks and 53 small medipacks, but you know, I hate to have to use one because it's just ridiculous. Like, if I use one of the small medipacks, I'll only have 52 left, and we can't have that. And we'll only have 38 of the large left. We'll have to use that too. You think you can scratch set with that much? Maybe. It's never just the dark. You seek. When balance slays the demon, you'll find peace. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Harbinger. Great quote from the Balance Slays the Demon song in Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Thanks for that, dude. Harbinger, you're seriously considering Alan Wake 2 as your next purchase when, if you have the money for it. That's definitely understandable. Be curious to see what you think about Alan Wake 2 as well when you play it, Harbinger. Whoops. I'm surprised Lara didn't catch on fire there. There we go, that opens that up. Let's go ahead and open this so that we can get out of the area. And there we go. There we go. I had faith in you, Lara. I knew you could do that. I can't wait till the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 come out. I'll definitely be doing playthroughs for those. A Stone of Ma'at. The Stone of Ray. Ray. Stone of Atum. I don't know if you pronounce it that way, but... And the Stone of Khepri. I don't know if you do the Khech on that. Khepri. Oncoming storm, they better not disappoint us. Yeah. And this is the thing too, because they give you the ability to switch between the new graphics and the old school graphics, it could mean that what they've simply just done is they haven't changed anything with controls or anything like that. They've simply just put essentially, like, you know, new textures and all that kind of stuff. But it could also mean that they have options for control style, so maybe you can, if you want to, like, there's certain things, like the way that the camera moves, you can't rotate the camera 360 degrees around Lara in these games. So I wonder if they would add things like that or not. You pre-ordered on the on PC and Switch. Oh, good. Yeah, I haven't actually pre-ordered it yet. But yeah, I definitely want to do playthroughs of them though. I'll either do them in February or I'll wait until I'm ready to do my annual playthroughs. Hey there, Chris. It's already said there are 2 control schemes, one more modern and another classic, whatever that means. Ah, well that's good then. Yeah, that's definitely good, because I think that would be the best way to do it. So if people don't like the way that the games actually used to control, they can still get the benefit of the new graphics without having to have the headache of the controls. But if you want that authentic experience, it's good that you can choose to have the classic controls and the old school graphics as well. Storm, you're hoping they have options with the saving. Oh yeah. It is cool though too that they're actually having the well, we now call them DLC, but back then they were expansion packs. For Tomb Raiders 1, 2 and 3 are being bundled. Because I still haven't actually played those yet. So it'd be good to have that. Now we get all our health back. Alright, so we get full health back, but going through the loading screen does not get rid of the poison. Well, it's good to know that going through the loading screen does not get rid of your poison. Now I'll know for future. Storm, they are worth playing, but a little hard to get. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. If it is successful, I hope they actually do the same for... I mean, they could even do the same for Angel of Darkness as well. If they do a bundle of Angel of Darkness and... well, Chronicles... Sorry, this game, Chronicles, and then Angel of Darkness as well. That's true, Knight. Yeah, you can use a Medipack as well. I just thought that going through the loading screen would actually get rid of the poison as well as refill your health, but it only refills your health going through the loading screen. Chris, the only transition through levels, but reload won't, you think? You're scared those remasters are doomed to fail. They're a month away and there's like no promo online or anywhere that you see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, to be honest, but whatever happens, happens, I guess. Knight, are you playing it again, or you didn't finish it back then? Oh yeah, so I did a playthrough of it last year for its annual playthrough that I normally do. And then, before last year ended, I wanted to play my favourite game before the year ended. And I didn't get far enough to be able to just finish it before the end of 2023, so I wanted to finish it off at the start of 2024. Storm, Angel of Darkness needs a remake, you think? Yeah, remake for Angel of Darkness would definitely be good. I know there's a fan one being made. Let's see, will this guy survive or not? Or not? Harbinger, you like how when the Scorpion died it broke down to pieces as if it was made of Lego? Yeah. Maybe if they ever did a Tomb Raider Lego game, you could have that happen too. I mean, there's certainly enough variations of Lara, but also various other characters too in the whole franchise to actually do a decent roster of characters for a Lego Tomb Raider game. Chris, Lego Tomb Raider is the remake of the classics we deserve. You'd be up for it. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, you look at the different variations on Lara, but also you've got the different variations on Jackal and Natla. and you've also got the different variations on the doppelganger as well. And then of course you've got all the other characters, like all the villain type characters as well. So yeah, with so many games in the whole franchise, there's definitely a lot of different characters that they could incorporate, or variations of characters over and over again.
Allah be praised. For a moment I thought I was dead for sure. Please, for your own safety, take these keys and hide in the Pyramid of Minkari. Save yourself from these abominations.
Sure thing, Von Croy. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know this character's name, but it's so funny when you know the actor's voice for Von Croy, and then you hear all these other characters in this game and Chronicles that sound exactly like him, because it's him doing them, but giving slight variations on accents and stuff. Like that demon in Tomb Raider Chronicles. I move to strike, but cannot. Or however he sounds. He's got a bit of some kind of stuff done to his voice electronically.
Allah be praised. For a moment I thought I was dead for sure. Please, for your own safety, take these keys and hide in the Pyramid of Minkari. Save yourself from these abominations.
Chris, you've never connected those dots. It's so funny once you can recognize certain aspects of the actor's voice, and you can actually hear it through different accents that he does. It's like, oh, I've always felt it's kind of weird how they depict the relationship between Von Croy and Lara, because on the one hand, it's highly antagonistic, like, not in the sense of just disagreeing and only having verbal exchanges, but literally, like, you know, trying to kill the other. And then it goes to them being allies and that. And I don't know, it's always felt a bit weird. I don't know if it entirely feels natural or something, I don't know. Like, I could get it if he was just, you know, pissed off at Lara for what happened all those years ago, and he just wanted to get the artifacts that she tried to go for, you know, out of spite, and just wanted, you know, whatever. And then when he gets possessed by Set, then want to kill Lara, you know. Then I would understand, or it would feel more natural that way, if then he begrudgingly, after he's possessed, then he's like, you know what, you know, I forgive you for what happened or something. I don't know. However, needless to say, you'll be lurking 99% of the time when you start your Alan Wake 2 New Game Plus playthrough next week, now that you're invested into the story. Yeah, I don't blame you, Harbinger, for sure. Yeah, that's definitely understandable too, as well. Because I do that too, like, there's certain things that I have, like, a tolerance for in terms of, like, how much I'm willing to watch someone else's playthrough before I decide, hey, I might want to play it myself. Like, when it starts to get to a point where the story is presenting a mystery and I'm really getting into the game's story, that's when I'll usually stop watching to make sure that I don't find out the actual twist of the story or what's actually going on and stuff. Chris, you don't think Lara was hostile towards him, but she saw him for what he was, a fraud, a thug who doesn't have respect and feel a responsibility their line of work carries. Well, that's true. Although she does shoot at him. So, I don't know if that would be considered not antagonistic towards someone. But I guess it's not like he's been hunting her down all these years and, you know, been trying to kill her at every turn or something. I guess. Because you have to keep in mind that the events of VCI take place before Tomb Raider 4, and before 3 for that matter, so she knew he's up to no good by seeing his experiments and having goons sent after her by him. Yeah, but then again, when you think about Angel of Darkness, Lara is pissed off at Von Croy, but not enough to not go and see him, and she could have just been like, fuck you, and not gone to see him at all. So there had to have been something where Lara was sort of allied with him or something like that. Did you see Myth of El Hawa? Never even heard of it until you mention it now. Chris, look it up on YouTube. It's there. It's a story that was supposed to explain the relationship between Thor and Angel of Darkness. Ah, I gotcha. It's a comic animation written by Murdy Schofield, who wrote the original story for Angel of Darkness and its sequels. It covers everything that happened in canon. Yeah, I should actually look at that because I've never investigated that stuff. Like, I knew that there was like comics and stuff that sort of covers some of the stuff, but I didn't actually read it or anything like that. Chris, it was to be covered in the next game, but they've never made it, obviously. Comics were done separately in Arc Canon. This is based on the original scripts. I gotcha. Chris, it's also voiced by Janelle Elliott, who voices Lara in Tomb Raider 4 to Angel of Darkness, so it's fully immersive. Oh, that's really cool that Janelle came back to do that. That's awesome. I like when actors do that. Chris, it explains what happened with Lara after she was uncovered in the pyramid. Her infrequent interactions with Von Croy, etc. Okay, Windows 11, you're really weird. For whatever reason, if you have a gaming laptop and two GPUs, Windows defaultly runs games on the inferior one. Oh yeah, that makes total sense, right? Like, that's how it should be, isn't it? But yeah, that is good that it explains some things like that, because that's what's good about other media. When you have a video game and then you have like something that is, you know, written or is visual but includes writing or something, you know, like comics, able to fill in gaps and things But then you get cases like Assassin's Creed where they're like, here's a villain, we're going to build them up in all the games, and we're going to make you expect that at some point you're going to actually have to kill them in the game. We'll do a few games with the character, but nah, we'll just kill them off in a comic book. Like, now that is the wrong way to do it. You know, that's basically saying fuck you to the players of the games and being like, well, you know, you should have been reading the comics, you should have been watching the movies, you should have been doing this, you know. Why aren't you doing this? It's like, if you start a storyline in the video games that has prominence and has importance, finish it off in the video games. Don't finish it off in a comic book. But if you have events that have some plot details that would be good for people to know, that can explain some stuff, that's when you do comic books, to fill in the gaps. Or if you just want to do an original story with a comic book and then go from there and stuff. Hamaja, pyramids. Wondering if sand is safe for her to land on. Well, it depends on what height Lara would jump from. Chris, yeah, in a bizarre world, that's it. In a bizarre world, that is exactly how it should work. Good thing this isn't like a no death challenge or anything like that where I would have to restart the game from the start. Which I have done for the reboot Tomb Raider games, but not for any of the old school ones. I don't think I would either, because they're a lot more intricate and everything. sometimes the momentum that you need versus what you don't need can be misleading. Sometimes you feel like you've got enough momentum for the jump. That was lucky, that one. Before I continue on, I think I might actually take a break, because if I want to finish the game, I'm going to have to push to just keep on going. So I'll take my break, and then when I come back, I'll continue on, and then that should give me enough boost to just keep going till I finish the game. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'll just put a message up the top of chat to pin it up there, just in case people come in when I'm on the break. And what I might do as well is have some music from this game just playing while I take the break. Alrighty then, I'll be back in 10 minutes to continue on. Alrighty then, back from my break. Let's continue going with Tomb Raider Last Revelation. Of course. Yep. There'd be another set of spikes that triggers behind the first set, or next to the first set, depending on perspective. I hate when that shit happens in games. You're about to actually stop before the edge, but you've already gone past the point of no return where the game is like, oh, your character's foot has just touched this pixel. That means they're going to fall to their death now. Hello there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. Yeah, I'm going to push to finish it. So whether that takes another 3 hours or 4, still going to keep on going. But yeah, looking to finish it today. How's things going with you? Lucinda going okay, up and about on time, thinking about starting Alan Wake earlier today to try to do 2 episodes, but haven't made up your mind yet. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going okay, and that you're up on time. Or about on time. And that's totally fair as well to get a bit of a head start. That episode 3 is definitely a really, really long one. And episode 4, I don't think it's as long, but the thing about it is, of course, you've got enemies and how many enemy groups between, you know, where you start and the end of the chapter, and, you know, all that kind of stuff as well. But I think you're doing a great job with the game, though, because there's so many frustrating moments. Like, even when I play it on normal, it's like sometimes those taken just really piss you off because they can friggin' corner you and block you off from actually getting out of the way. And Alan's not exactly quick to switch between using a flare to using a flashbang. You know, you use a flare and then you switch to the flashbang, but it takes a second before he equips the flashbang before being able to throw it, and reloading the battery as well, and all this kind of stuff. So all that kind of thing, and you got enemies that can just spawn in, and the camera as well. Like, as much as I think it can look really cool sometimes, it does get to the point where you're like, yeah, I get it. I'm dodging okay, you know. You don't have to do the cinematic every time. They really should have had an option to turn that off if you don't need it. I don't think even in the remaster they had the option for it. Yeah, you've got to have a plan. The cinematic dodge is, yeah, and it's very tricky because, like, sometimes it's easier to have your back to the direction that you need to go so you can see where they are, but then sometimes they come on your blind side as well, which is damn friggin' annoying. And then you get those big enemies as well, which are annoying too, and yeah, there's just so many different things. So, but you're doing a really good job though, and having finished episode 3, you're definitely over halfway. Give or take a few things, chapter 6 is relatively short, at least in terms of what you need to do. It's relatively short. But it's by no means like a walk in the park or anything like that, but relatively speaking, chapter 6, I'm pretty sure, well, at least it feels shorter than the other chapters. That fucking bat. Piece of shit. Hey there, DJ Full. Welcome on in. Woof, woof, kapoof. Exactly. Yeah, the jackals. Those damn jackals can be friggin' annoying. Happy New Year to you as well, DJ. Thank you so very much. I hope that you're going to have a great year this year. Hello, Mama Ara. Welcome on in. How's things going for you today? Hello there, Kingslayer. Welcome on in. How's things going? Excellent, Kingslayer. That's awesome. Glad to hear that you're doing well. As for me, I'm going really good. Having a good Friday. Planning to finish this game in this stream, so gonna keep on going until it's done. Tomb Raider 4 was the peak of your childhood. This was the first game in the series that I ever played. What a year 1999 was for movies and games, being a big fan of both. But yeah, this is my favorite one. And I don't blame you for having this game as one of your childhood favorites. Ah, damn, I got poisoned. Okay, game. You're forcing me to use one out of my 54 small medipacks. Jeez, I don't know. You just had to do it, game, didn't you? You just had to do it. Great, now I only have 53 small medipacks left. I'm not being fully serious. But I do like to hoard health packs in this game. Yeah, listen, it's like, how dare? How dare? Yeah, Kingslayer, the lack of like, I've only got, like, 53 small medipacks and 40 large ones. We're getting, we're in the last quarter of the game. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. There's a couple of other games this reminds me of where a monkey actually helps you out. In Secret of Monkey Island, there's a monkey that helps you if you feed it enough bananas. And there's also a monkey type thing in Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past that you need to get help from to access one of the dungeons. Uzi to you too. The sneaky, sneaky enemy. I just remembered that with this game having come out in 1999, that it's this game's turn to celebrate its 25th anniversary. Last year it was Tomb Raider 3, which also means that another game that I want to do an anniversary playthrough of this year is Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, because that came out the same year as this game as well. I mean, there's heaps of other games that came out in 1999 and stuff, but what I tend to do is any games that I either grew up playing or are of a franchise that I like, or a game that has like a connection or something that I have with it, I like to do anniversary playthroughs of those. I don't just do an anniversary playthrough of any game because it's the anniversary. You know, if it's a game that I have no experience with or don't like, I'm not going to do a playthrough just to celebrate the anniversary. But this year there's a whole lot of anniversaries for different games and different franchises that I want to actually do playthroughs of. So I want to do a 25th anniversary for this game, for Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. I want to do a 15th anniversary game playthrough for Assassin's Creed 2, a 10-year anniversary playthrough for Evil Within, a 10-year anniversary playthrough for Alien Isolation, and there's so many other games as well. I tend to celebrate a game's anniversary when it hits the 10-year mark, and then after that in 5-year increments and all that kind of stuff. There's some games that are great that have celebrated their 5th anniversary, but I don't really like. It is a good amount of years, but I would rather myself celebrate a game once it hits 10 years, because 10 years to me is a much greater passage of time than 5 years, because of just the fact that it's 10 years, you know, and so much shit can happen and change in 10 years' time. So to see the evolution of games like Black Flag last year and other games that came out in 2013, Tomb Raider 2013, you know, you look at all those games and you think back to when they first came out and how much has changed with games since then even. So that's some of the anniversary playthroughs that I'll be doing this year. Hello, Sadie. Welcome on in. Things are going pretty good, thanks. Having a good Friday. How about yourself? Sadie, you good? Thanks. It's bitterly cold here, so your hands are frozen. Oh no. That'd be a terrible sensation. Hope you can warm up soon and unfreeze. Glad to hear that you're going good otherwise, though. So the same here, hoping they warm up soon so you can actually type and get stuff sorted. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, when your fingers are frozen, it makes things that you don't worry about otherwise just stand out so much, and you think, oh great. Hey, DJ Full. Thank you so very much for the raid. That's awesome of you. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to everyone. How was your stream? What were you doing with the Tomb Raider level editor today? DJ, a short side scroller by Nurkan. You are having me in the background. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Thanks for that, DJ. So is it a first time playthrough of that for you? There's so many Tomb Raider things that were done or are still being done with that level editor. There was one year I did some of the Resident Evil crossover ones that were done. I think I played a little bit of the one where you play as Jill in the mansion, and then the other one where you play as Claire. But I can't remember, because there's probably heaps of ones that are both Jill and Claire as well, but I can't remember which one I did. And then there was a game that was done that was it was like a horror. I think it was Lara in a horror story or something. So because we saved, people who've played this will know this, but for those who might not have, earlier there was a dude that we saved from being killed by a giant scorpion, and as a result of that he gave us a key to the armory, and this section here is where the armory is. So there's some weapons and ammo that you can collect here if you manage to save him and get the key, which is the armory key. Well, I should clarify. If you don't have the key, you can still go into these areas to a point, but if you want to go beyond this gate here, you need the key. Although, there's probably some way to cheese it, so you don't need the key. Wouldn't be surprised if there is. That's right, DJ. Yeah, the block. The block that they try to make look like it's just another rock or something like that. I thought that was quite clever. Makes me think of the old school Legend of Zelda games where you'd have like a secret entrance in something. You either had to push a rock to open it, and the rock looked like all the other rocks, and then you also had like some bushes that you had to burn to reveal the entrance, and the bushes just looked like all the other bushes near it. Hey there, Schiller. Happy Friday to you as well. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really good for me. Having a good Friday. How's things going for you, Schiller? Welcome on in. Schiller, that's great to hear. You're good. You just got home like 15 minutes ago and happy to catch the stream even though it's late. Oh, thank you, Schiller. I really appreciate that. Glad to hear that you're doing well. And I hope that you can enjoy the stream. I'm still going to keep going for a little bit longer. I want to finish this game today, so however long it takes is however long it takes. Hey there, Grace. Welcome to you. Harbinger, oh no, is there any accidental chance Lara can accidentally go out and accidentally fall into one of those gaps that were below the pyramids? I don't know, Harbinger, maybe. One might have a save that is still earlier than where I am now, where that could happen. Chris, you know, accidents happen. Yes, accidents happen, and something else you can actually, say to that, which me saying it is not in any way, shape or form supposed to be in a different context than what I'm saying it in, but there's a saying that accompanies that, just as a general jumping off point from that. But there's a saying that says, accidents happen, but assholes cause them. Harbinger, well, you will accidentally click this button. Oh no! Hey, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Cool, so this one is before we actually went in. Let me see. Hang on. I'm going to be reloading my other save anyway after this, so it doesn't matter if I use ammo that I want to save. course, that would be one of those ones. You slide all the way down. Okay, so I think this is as high as I can get Lara on this pyramid. So with this spot, Harbinger, be good for you for me to do the rest in peace Lara with? Want me to do the slide down and then do a jump and dive? Sheila, you just wanted to redeem, wait until you get to Valhalla and then realized wrong channel. That's right, Sheila. Might be a while before I get to Valhalla for my next playthrough of that. I don't blame you though. Grace, good time zone, my dears. How's everyone today? Good time zone to you as well, Grace. Things are going well. Making good progress in this game. I'm going to keep on going till I finish it. And then that'll be that. Playthrough done. Harbinger, doesn't have to be a jump from the top. Any leap of faith will do. Cool. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. There's like splat. Like ouch. Hello there, Shin. How's things? Shin, you just finished Cyberpunk 2077 for the last time. Any reason why the last time, Shin? You feel you've got enough out of the game? Like, did you do 100% completion or something? Shin, you got enough out of the game that you don't think you need to do 100% in it. Oh, that's fair enough, Shin. Yeah, as long as you enjoyed and also got out of it what you want. You know, of all the cheek game, I cannot believe that you made me use a large health pack. Keep telling you. 41 large medipacks, and I'm in the last quarter of the game? Come on, game, how unfair is that making me use one of those? Jeez, I don't know. Shin, it took you nearly 589 hours to finish the game. That is a lot of hours. Holy shit. In a lot of stops and starts, but now you can put it aside and play something else. Absolutely. Any idea yet what that might be? Alright, so I should have all that I need. Western, northern, southern, and eastern shaft keys. Breastplate, left greave, right greave. Left gauntlet, right gauntlet. Hey, White Reborn. How's things going? Shin, you're taking a break from sci-fi to play Assassin's Creed Odyssey. So what kind of playthrough do you know, or just basically wait till you start it? Oh, nice, Shin. You're going to go with a bow build. Nice. The only game since Origins in Assassin's Creed series that I've done a bow challenge with was Valhalla. But I would like to do it with Odyssey and Origins and Odyssey at some point. Oh, great to hear, White Reborn. Glad that you're going good. So it came out for the PlayStation 1? Yeah. Yeah, this is the PC version. But it also came out for the PS1 and the Dreamcast. Origins was doable with the Predator bow. In Odyssey, it felt nerfed unless you invest heavily in the Hunter tree. That's true. Yeah. What I found with Valhalla is that, and if I was to do it in the future, I would add more restrictions on what could be done. But with Valhalla, I just made it that I was allowed to even use bow skills and stuff like that. But I think if I was going to do it in the future, I would probably make it that I can only use that I can't use those abilities. So I can't use overpower bow strike, and things like that. White Reborn, since when did you start streaming on this channel? So 2016, and from 2016 up until 2022, the name of the channel was Rod Zombie Gamer, and then I changed it to Rod Legion last year, at the start of the last year. Shield of the Bow was too strong in Odyssey, but Odyssey is a story for itself. That's true. Yeah. But yeah, if I was going to do, now knowing what I do about Valhalla with that kind of challenge, if I do it with Origins and Odyssey, I'll basically add some extra restrictions on those. No, White Reborn. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not every day since then. Yeah, White Reborn. So at least for the rest of this year, I plan to do daily streams, but maybe towards the end of the year or whatnot, I might reduce the amount of days, and then next year reduce them permanently. Nah, don't do multiplayer stuff. Oh, that always happens to me. I hold down the friggin' look button with the gun drawn, and Lara just goes over the edge. Hello there, Power. Welcome on in. This beam of light can't lead to something evil, or can it? Dun dun dun! You never know. This might help. There we go. Alright. Now we're getting somewhere. Hello there, Kesmond. Welcome. You never played this Tomb Raider? So which ones have you played? This one came out, well, I can't remember what month in 1999, but this year it'll be celebrating its 25th anniversary. How about a Tomb Raider challenge in which you never heal? Or is it too easy because in some games you regain health automatically when you switch areas? Yeah. So what you'd have to do is just a playthrough where you don't use any medipacks at all. Pretty much Power it is, yeah. Yeah, this is pretty much the last level. Power, you just beat Tomb Raider 3 Lost City of Tinos was a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, there's a lot of things in Tomb Raider 3 that are damn bloody frustrating. Kesman 1, 2 and 3, first level only. Angel of Darkness, Anniversary, Legend, Underworld. Little did you know it contained your biggest fear, spiders. Oh yeah, yeah, heaps of them. Plus the camera in that game doesn't help. The rebooted series including Rise, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and the 2013 game. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, a good selection there of different games in the series. But yeah, the game with the worst camera for me is Underworld. It was cool that you could have Lara shoot two separate things at once with the dual pistols, but the problem with that is one enemy might be on one side of the screen and then the other enemy might be off screen, and as soon as you kill the one that's on screen, another enemy might come from the other side as well as the one coming on from the opposite side, and then, you know, it's like camera moving all over the place. Power, the first two Tomb Raider games were quite easy. It's when 3 came out they really ramped up the difficulty. Yeah, and there's some tricky jumps and stuff too, like getting the timing of it, and some of it's not really that too obvious either. Kesman, only ones you never played was this and Chronicles. You're so hyped for the first 3 remastered Tomb Raiders next month. 4 days prior is your niece, nephew, and your aunt's birthday. Niece and nephew will be turning 2. Well, that is great timing, Kesmond, as well. And I don't blame you. I'm looking forward to those. And one of the reasons why is because trying to get the PC versions of the earlier games is a fucking pain in the ass, to say the least. Because there's so many things that can go wrong, so many things that you fix, but then creates another issue somewhere else. Because they basically just threw the PC versions on Steam and GOG, and they hardly did anything. I don't think they did anything at all. So you have to, you know, go on the forums and find the patches that you need, and find all the different sort of like mods that you need to even get them playable. So with that remaster collection, it's going to be great to just fucking load the friggin' game up and it's all ready to go. You don't have to do all that bullshit. So I'm hoping it's a success, because then they could do Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness in a trilogy setting. Harbinger, RE2 totally stole this puzzle for the lab in Nest. Very true, Harbinger. But then again, Resident Evil and Tomb Raider have this interesting kind of like synchronicity in a way. I mean, number one, both came out in the same year, as in the first entry, 1996 for both franchises and stuff. And Resident Evil using fixed camera angles, Tomb Raider added fixed camera angles, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely a lot of different, there's a lot of similarities between the two franchises over the years. Kesman, you're getting it on PS4, PS5. Your PS4 is in the loft. That's going to make you emotional, as you, your brother, and your late father bonded over your love for the Tomb Raider games. When you were kids, you would buy the strategy guides with the games. That is really cool, Kesman, that you have that bond and those memories as well. And that's the great thing about things of any kind, you know, whether it's you're bonding over music or you're bonding over video games or movies or whatever the case may be, or even interests and stuff. It's always good to have those memories. But you don't know if the lab puzzle with the vials exists in the original. Yeah, probably not. Although, I'd have to see both in front of me to remember.
No. No.
Kesman, your late father would defeat the T-Rex with the bog standard pistols by running through its legs. That is so cool. Yeah, it's one of those things where I generally use the dual pistols for the majority of the game until a certain point when I start to use different weapons for different things, but I end up always having more than I really need ultimately. Same with health kits. Kesman, wasn't the law for this game that Lara Croft has supposedly died? It was, Kesman, yeah. Yeah, so at the end of this, they wanted to kill her off, but the Eidos and the higher-ups obviously didn't want that, so Chronicles was a game to tide people over until they did the next-gen Tomb Raider, and so they did Chronicles and made it like a series of flashbacks that you get to play as Lara with her friends and, you know, the butler Winston reminiscing about her past exploits and all that kind of stuff. And at the end they give a little tease that Lara's still alive, and that leads in, of course, to Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Yeah, pal, I love that. No. No.
No.
Because you and your brother would have a dumbfounded look on your faces. Locking Winston in the freezer, that shit was hilarious. It really was. And they definitely better make that a trophy. Like, that would be such an oversight if they didn't actually do that. But yeah, that was really fun. I like how that gets referenced in Rise of the Tomb Raider in the Blood Ties DLC, where Lara's exploring the manor. Power, because they were tired of pumping out Tomb Raider games, that's why they killed her off. That's it, Power, yeah. The devs were, but the higher-ups in the Eidos were like, no. You will do more games.
No. 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 No.
Yeah, Harbinger. No. No. Clara disagrees with you. Is your name Mario? No.
No.
I tell you what, trying to get it so that there's fucking 4 leaders is just a fucking pain in the damn friggin' ass. It's like, holy fucking shit.
No.
Kesman, you hope they remaster Angel of Darkness. It doesn't receive the love it deserves. Hopefully so. And the thing is, even though it's very different to the previous 5 games, I'm pretty sure that because it's, I mean, at its base, I'm pretty sure it's emulation anyway. So you can emulate, you can have multiple emulated games from different console systems and put them in the one game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do one, if the 1, 2, and 3 remaster is successful. Yeah, Pow, exactly. Yeah, I think if it sells well, that they will. AOD was very rushed and buggy game, plus the controls are the backbone of people disliking it. That's true, yeah. It's a shame though, because all the other elements that you want in a Tomb Raider game, like the story, the characters, the music, is really good. I mean, obviously there was some cut levels and stuff too that would be good if they put them back in, but yeah, it's a shame.
No. No.
Fucking finally. Got fucking 4 leaders. If only I fucking remembered how I actually got that. Alright, hang on. There we go. Alright, so this should be the scales that needs 4 liters of water poured into it. There we go. Alright, so now we only have one more after this. And the game has crashed. Nice one, game, and what a good shot for it to crash on as well. Alright. 3, 5. That's right, I use this, empty it, and then transfer the 1 liter into that one. And then put water into the small one again to get 3 liters, and then put it in the big one to make it 4. There we go. Alright, let's do this again. Oh my god, I can't believe that. I'm sorry, game, I wasn't on the accurate pixel. Didn't have Lara facing, or right next to it. There we go. Alright, let's try this again. It was probably wrong anyway, but... Oh, game crashing again. What the fuck? Doesn't like me pressing more than one button at once, it seems.
No.
Alright, and there we go. That's that one.
It's a trap! It's a trap! It's a trap! Just wanted to give you a few different variations on the vein impression that you redeemed, Harbinger. It's a trap!
I wasn't happy with the first one I did, so I just kept on going. Give it different versions. Yeah, it's so funny, Harbinger, that Lara keeps saying that, even though this is what we're supposed to do. Put these on here. She knows it's a trap. It's a trap!
No.
once again return to the stars, and it is I who shall rule over this world once more. Come forth, and you may bow before your God, before he extinguishes your worthless life.
DJ, because she knows what's coming. That's it. The end. The last revelation. It's a bomb! It's a bam! It's a bomb! Get down! It's a bomb! Now! Put the cookie down! There's a bomb! It's more important! I know that's not what you put in there, but I thought I'd add some extra. But thanks for redeeming that, Kesmond, the Arnie impression. Lucinda, okay, right, it's time for you to get your day started. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I definitely will. Going to give you a shout out. The screen will just go weird for a second. If I can get my cursor over there. There we go. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is a big fan of the Resident Evil series, does marathons of those every year, is also playing through the Assassin's Creed series for the first time, currently on Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We'll be starting a playthrough of that on the 8th of this month. She's also doing a playthrough of Alan Wake for the very first time, and that is her secondary game. So this week it's the secondary game, and then from week to week it alternates between primary and secondary game. And so the primary game is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and is also a fan of Dying Light, as well as The Last of Us, Evil Within, and the Dishonored series. Great streamer with some great vibes, and really good with chat as well. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. And thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will have a rest of the great stream. We're almost done. Not that long to go. So we're at the end of this playthrough. Harbinger, you really love to see another Tomb Raider game set in ancient Egypt. You mean based in Egyptian mythology? Based on, for fuck's sake. That's okay, Harbinger. I knew what you meant. Yeah, I think so too. I really would like to see that as well. Cheers, Kesmond. You mean no problemo. No worries at all. That's okay, Lucinda, for the shout out. Absolutely no worries at all. I hope you have a great start to your stream, and hope that you go well. Definitely catch you again soon. Saber, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Kesman, in a way, this is a throwback to the Great Pyramid level in Tomb Raider 1, as that was set in Egypt. That's true. Yeah, it was cool that the first game had some levels set in Egypt. Harbinger, well, you meant a modern game. Perhaps the next one, whenever it comes. Yeah, you just never know sometimes, because they might have something planned that they just don't want to reveal until a certain point. What noise was that, Kesmond? Because it was a very weird noise that the enemy makes. Don't know what it is, though. Just Shadow of the Tomb Raider was kind of the end of the reboot. Need another one now. Well, they're continuing the reboot version of Lara in the animated series that they're doing. It'll be the same Lara, but voiced by someone else. Camilla Luddington won't be reprising the role. It'll be Hayley Atwell playing Lara instead this time around. So the reboot version of Lara hasn't finished yet. But whether or not we get another game with the same version is another story. Yeah, you're talking about the games. Yeah. Well, we don't know yet whether or not there will be another game set in the same universe as the reboot. But the character herself is still happening, just in a different medium. So until such time as we get a new game, we won't know whether or not the reboot version of Lara will be in another game or not. It's been hard to believe that Lara Croft's birthday is Valentine's Day. That's true, yeah. It's kind of cool. That's when the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 are coming out. However, with Trinity gone, the series needs another antagonist. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to Jacqueline Natler from the original game and Anniversary as well. And she's in Underworld too. Wouldn't be surprised if they go that route. Kesman, come March 16th, you will drink a beer in honor of Stone Cold Day. Well, that's good then. Yeah. Any particular one, or just any brand, or... I could swear this same music is used in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or the same instrument in the present day stuff. Animus Anomalies. Kesman, hard to choose. You guess Budweiser for the Steve Weisers. Oh yeah? Oh, that's cool then.
Quickly, girl, before it collapses around you.
You back, Werner? No more set?
No time. Your hand, Lara. Give me your hand. Take my hand. I can pull you to safety.
Good to see you again, Werner.
I couldn't leave you.
It's so funny with video game credits where it's just the same bit of music played over and over again. Dead Rising 4 does that. Although I think there's 2 different songs. And hell, even Dead Rising 3 might do that, I think, from memory, in the end credits. Thank you for the GGs, DJ. Thank you very much. Kesman literally ended on a cliffhanger. Absolutely. And considering Tomb Raider Chronicles came out in 2000, if you take away the fact that that game gives you an indication that she might still be alive at the end of it, if you take that away, and you think about this being the last Tomb Raider game where we play as Lara in her present time, then Angel of Darkness in 2003 is the next point at which Lara is in present times. You know what I mean? So that's quite a few years between games. So essentially the cliffhanger of this game doesn't actually get, well, the revelation that Lara is still actually alive, concretely alive, like you literally see her and she's alive, is not until Angel of Darkness. Whereas in Chronicles, you just see her backpack is all that gets found. Or that's all that Von Croy finds, is her backpack. And somehow, based on that, he's like, she's alive! It's like, well, at that point, he can't be 100% sure, but obviously, she doesn't get killed. So with that playthrough done, that means that for the rest of this year, I won't be having Tomb Raider streams on a scheduled day every week throughout the whole year. For the past few years I've done that, and I wanted to do a playthrough of my favorite Tomb Raider game to end 2023 with, but to also start 2024 with, but also to be the last one that I have on an actual scheduled day. Whereas later, when I do my anniversary playthroughs and annual playthroughs and all that kind of stuff, they'll happen across multiple days instead of just one. And so that'll be the plan with the Tomb Raider series. So there will be more Tomb Raider streams this year. It's just that it's not going to be a permanent fixture every week on the channel. So what that means is next week, instead of Monday to Thursday being just for one game, it'll be Monday to Friday, which will be just for one game. And that game currently is Control. But when that game's finished, Alan Wake 2 will replace that. So the next Tomb Raider streams that I'll probably do will be in February, when the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 come out as well. In terms of like the next stream you'll see from me though, it'll be Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I'm doing a unique playthrough where every time the main character Edward gets told by another character to meet them in a certain amount of time, I've actually been waiting that amount of time in real life before continuing the story. And there's been one exception where I haven't actually waited until a character said it, because I wanted to include it, because it was doable in a reasonable time. It wasn't like waiting 2 years or 3 years or something crazy like that, because there is a lot of stuff in Black Flag that takes place over years worth. But the final thing that I wanted to do was when there's a 4-month period of time from one event to the end of the game or till the next event, and so I wanted to cover that. So that means that in tomorrow's stream it'll be 4 months since I last did a stream for that playthrough for Black Flag. So that'll be Saturday. So if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Saturday. But my Saturday stream will be very short, because it's not going to be like, because I'm up to chapter, I think it's sequence 11 of the story anyway. But in any case, it'll be a late start as well to my Saturday stream. And then on Sunday, I'll be doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey to continue my Torch Challenge playthrough. And then Monday, it'll be back to Control again. Kesman and she was framed for killing Werner. That's it, exactly. That's right. I think that was interesting to have a Tomb Raider game start off with a completely different formulaic, well, a formula thing, instead of just, hey, here's an artifact, Lara goes after it. It was like, hey, Lara's on the run, she has to prove her innocence. But there's also artifacts, obviously. But thank you so much for the GG, Schiller. Thank you so much. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I'm going to switch screens to this one, and I'm going to close the game down, and we're going to raid out. Before I do that though, just want to settle some things on my end. Close some programs that I don't need now that I've finished the playthrough. And I'll also get some Tomb Raider music playing in the background from this game. Alrighty then, so I'll have that music playing. Okay, so we're going to go from one action-adventure game that I've been streaming to my friend Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag. He's doing a no HUD playthrough, and he's also doing a no fast travel playthrough, and he's also giving himself limited looks at the game's map. When an hour passes, he can actually add a map look, and if another hour passes, he can add that too. But when he actually looks at the map, he has to take a count off. So he's doing that kind of playthrough with the whole series actually, not just Black Flag, but all the main entries. So we'll go and raid out 2 Crocodiles. Before I do that though, I just want to give some shout outs to some streamers that I would like to recommend. Alright, so we have Shillalog, who is doing some of The Quarry. He's also a fan of the other supermassive horror games, especially the Dark Pictures series. Whenever he does a playthrough of those games for his first time, he tries to save everyone, and then in the second playthrough, he kills every character. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He most recently finished his first ever playthrough of Skyrim. He'll be doing another playthrough, this time to actually get all the achievements in the game. So another great streamer. Also, Sadie Bean Games is doing a playthrough of Batman Arkham Asylum. Another great streamer who has a really great channel. Also, highly recommend checking out Radium if you didn't come in with the raid before. Radium has been doing some Broken Reality, a game that I've never played before, but there's definitely heaps of those as well. But yeah, would definitely highly recommend people check out Radium's channel. Also Grace, who is doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, her first time ever doing a playthrough of that game. Grace is another great streamer with a really cool channel. DJ Full would definitely highly recommend checking out DJ's channel if you didn't come in with the raid from DJ. I've been doing some Tomb Raider level editor, which is a great program that for years has allowed fans to create not only just custom levels but also entire games using it as well. Also highly recommend checking out Shin. He finished his playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077 recently. He's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. Also highly recommend Mr. Gote. He plays games like Mortal Kombat 11 as well as Hunt Showdown. Big horror fan, also plays through the Outlast games, Dead Space, so highly recommend checking out Mr. Gote as well. Same with Amateur Tech. He's playing through all the Tomb Raider games at the moment, currently on Chronicles. He'll also be doing Angel of Darkness, as well as Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, the 2013 reboot, and Rise and Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. Also recommend checking out Carbon. He streams a lot of software and game development stuff. Also a fan of Pokemon and Assassin's Creed as well. So highly recommend, a great streamer as well. Also highly recommend checking out Lucinda, who is doing her first playthrough of Alan Wake. And she's also a big fan of Resident Evil, does an annual marathon of those games. Also a fan of the Dishonored series, Dying Light, Last of Us, as well as Evil Within. And is also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And also highly recommend checking out Tylian. He does a lot of third-person action games, Horizon Zero Dawn series, as well as games like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order as well, Control, Alan Wake. So yeah, highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Schiller, absolutely no problemo for the shout out. More than happy to give you one, dude. And catch you next time, Kesmond. Thanks for the GGs, everyone. Yeah, Donna. Yeah, on time for the wrap up. Exactly. Yeah, that's what. That's what we've finished the game. So, yeah. But thank you for popping back in, though. I really hope that you end up having a good one. Oh, that's cool, Kesmond. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that trilogy. I really, really hope it'll be a good one. Cheers, Donna. Thank you so much. Here's a raid message for people to use a general one. There's a raid message with some free follower emotes included. And here is a raid message for subscribers as well. Bada bing, bada boom. Alrighty then, let's raid Crooked. There we go. Bit of a delay. I was like, how come it hasn't popped up yet to start the raid? Thank you so much everyone for watching. It's muchly appreciated. Here is the schedule currently. Once Friday is finished, I'll obviously change what the schedule says for Friday. But there's a bit of an overlook of what's happening on the channel at the moment. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you all have a good one. Hope you have a great weekend. And I hope that so far your start to 2024 has been awesome. Take care, and until next time.